Hey guys, sorry, I was on mute there. I'm not sure. Sorry. I was on mute there, guys, right? Apologies for that. Let's go over this market update here again. It's just the way it goes sometimes. So, right, CPI came out this AM and 8%, right? Not exactly a fantastic number. Now, in line with what economists expected, right? But not exactly a bullish print, right? It's not decreasing. Still very much, it looks like the Fed's going to be raising rates early next week. So we're going to see how that sets up, right? We've got a Fed rate hike expected on Wednesday, right? And I think this market is sort of nervously still waiting for that to happen. Our expectation here is choppy, right? If we go bullish, and maybe we have a chance for a slightly easier setup or slightly easier breakdown, if things go bearish, right? That's our chance of getting that maybe potential follow through here this AM, right? So bear case begins under that 420.60 and can really start to move down like $1.30 at a time, right? Then $1.15 towards that like 415 mark. Need to be a little bit cautious here though, right? It's still a little bit of a nervous market, still a little bit shaky. So I don't want to get too attached to any moves here until we see that volume really step in, right? QQQ. Full body or full volume right there on Tuesday, low vol pullback there on Wednesday, right? Higher high, higher low, really disappointing volume. Now gapping down here. So if we can lose these lows, we're going to have that space down towards that 326.50, then that 325. Our resistance, right, is this early May 2021. And so that's kind of where we're kind of getting some of these levels from. So we need to be a little bit cautious, right, that we're not or that we're still getting that right risk reward profile when we're getting these breakdowns. QQQ probably looks a little bit more tradable to me than the SPY, right? I think it looks a little bit stronger. We have a little bit maybe more space in that initial breakdown, but we need to just make sure that risk reward profile continues to remain in play, and then we can get a really good, strong, high quality setup from there, right? Apple's maybe a little bit of a challenging one here, where it gives us a lot of narratives. Really high volume there on Tuesday, right? Same thing, low vol, kind of lack of enthusiasm there yesterday on that recovery. Now, Apple recovered its trend line though, right? So that's another little piece of bullish strength or another little tick to add, but I'm not thrilled with the look that it's still giving us to the upside. Relatively, right, at least compared to, say, Apple, or at least compared to QQQ and SPY, right? Apple's volume profile is at least above average. So we can look at this as maybe the strongest indicator of bulls, right? Or at least the strongest indicator from some of the names that we've looked at here so far. So if we can get that really strong, full volume, full body bounce, right, we can get that chance for that follow through. We can get that look here, right, for a potential bounce play. But I'm not super optimistic, right? I'd still like to see markets really kind of behave and cooperate with us in that same direction if Apple's going to give us that look. Tesla's maybe the easiest one to be bullish here on, right? If we get that bullish recovery here this morning, right? As everything was giving us that, full body bearish, right? Or increasing body bearish volume, Tesla's giving us, bulls remained in control, right, on that Tuesday. So, that's not bad, right? That's at least a sign of strength. Pair that up there yesterday, right? Full body candle, okay, decreasing volume. But again, right, kind of getting that 2 out of 3 here on Tesla, right? So there's a little bit of momentum, right? Maybe a little bit of a narrative here. But, still want to remain relatively cautious. I think Tesla, right, maybe will be best as like a Bollinger Band play, right? We can get like a BB breakout above that 866. We could start to look for moves towards that 900 region. But in the short term, right, I still want to be a little bit cautious, a little bit skeptical, especially as this market remains relatively nervous. Now, energy in general, right, be it crude or renewables, has done very well this week. And so maybe if that continues to show us that relative strength or that relative momentum, could create a little bit of an opportunity for us to get some follow through here on Tesla. But we do need to be a little bit cautious, right? We have a lot of evidence of there being rejections above. So let's make sure that that volume standard is perfect, and then we can look to take advantage of any moves there. Microsoft, right? Not giving us a particularly great setup here, right? High volume indecision there on Tuesday, right? Kind of tells me that neither side has given up. When neither side has given up, right, I kind of just expect choppy conditions until proven otherwise. Higher high there, higher low there yesterday, but not exactly increasing volume, right? Not quite outlier either, right? Just below average, but relatively impressive volume standard. Still think the bias is to the downside here, right? But we're not getting a huge amount of follow through here in either direction. So again, right, this might be a name that's better to watch than to trade here, as it sort of figures out what it wants to do, right? If we look at this thing within context, right, it's just starting to look like, okay, it bounced off of this, say, 270 area and is now sort of consolidating within this sort of pattern. So let this sort of descending wedge pattern kind of play out, figure out exactly where it wants to shape up, how it wants to hold its legs, and then we can kind of go from there. But if it can kind of break down into that 280 with some gusto, we're going to have some room towards that 278.40, right? 276, 275 areas. And if that option volume is there, right, and if the setup is strong, then we should have a little bit of follow through. But my main expectation here is high volume doji, right? High volume indecision probably means this thing's going to chop about and just sort of hang out before it's particularly interesting. Like always, right, we're going to have a few other names that might give us like an outlier look, right? AMD and NVIDIA looking very similar here to that Tesla. But we're going to see how this shapes up, right? My bias is very much to the downside here this morning, right? Because we've seen nothing that sort of invalidates that weakness there from Tuesday. So inflation print at 8%, still very aggressive. I think the market is very much convinced that we're going to get a rate hike. Now it's just a question of is it going to be 25 basis points or 50? And I think that's going to be what the fight is here today. We still have a lot of headline risk, right? We still have a lot of kind of chaos that could come out, right? Russia, Ukraine, FOMC next week. So want to remain very cautious, right? Very patient until proven otherwise. It's been a challenging week, right? It's been a frustrating week. So let's not do anything that compromises our process or takes away our ability to make good decisions, right? Our number one priority as traders is to be able to come back and trade again tomorrow. So let's make sure that we're sizing our plays appropriately, right? We're not making bad risk reward decisions, and that if we do go after plays, we're only going after our strongest A+ setups, right? That today is going to be to the downside. Yesterday, we basically just had low vol pullback. So let's see where that strength steps in. Let's see if we can get some action, and then hopefully we can have a really strong day here today. Should be a fun one. Hopefully we can get some follow through. Hopefully we can get some clean action, but not going to force plays, guys, in what has been a choppy and frustrating market here so far this week. So let's see how today shapes up. Like I said, guys, introduce yourselves, say hello. This is a free stream here today. If you're new, right, introduce yourself. If you're looking at any setups, right, pop them in the chat. Let's go over it. Otherwise, guys, let's have ourselves a big day, and let's make sure that we're patient, disciplined traders. I'm just going to go make myself a quick cup of coffee and visualize a successful trading day. So I'll be back in a couple minutes here, right? And then we'll get ready to absolutely crush it. Market opens in 18 minutes. So let's make sure we're putting ourselves in the best position to succeed here this morning. There's no rush to do anything yet besides waiting to see for this market to open. Hey, good morning, Rusty. How you doing, man? Hey, Zach, how's it going, man? All right, so let's do a quick little another pre-market rundown here before day starts. Right, have to have a bearish bias here this morning. Core CPI came out, right, 0.8%, anticipated 0.8%, but let's keep that in context, right? 8% inflation is an atrocious number. Not exactly a very bullish price action there, right? Or can't expect very bullish price action there. What that tells us, right, is that Fed's very likely to hike rates here next week, right? So we have an FOMC decision on Wednesday, right? 6 days from now. And so the expectation here is that Fed's going to hike, right? Now the real question is, are they going to hike 25 basis points? Or are they going to hike 50 basis points here today, right? Or not today, sorry, next week. And I think the market's going to try to price that in here today. That's going to be what the fight is, right? Are we pricing in a bigger hike? Or are we pricing in a smaller hike? And that's what we're going to find out here today. But we need to be very cautious, right? And with that caution, or we're cautious, sorry. Excuse me. We're cautious, sorry, because the trend here is to the downside, right? Full body candle there, trend breaking candle there, right? Nothing really that invalidates this sort of trend line. And then, that increasing daily volume. Yesterday, right, okay, a little bit of a bounce, right, a little bit of a recovery, but not exactly high conviction, paired that with this gap down. So lack of conviction yesterday, right, lack of bulls being able to reclaim control. Now gap down, right, plus CPI being, 8%, right, being really, really nasty. It seems like a market that is primed to sell. If we don't get that bearish follow through, then we're probably going to struggle to get any action here today. And we need to make sure that if we are chasing those bearish breakdowns, right, we are only going after the sort of strongest relative plays, right? Maybe that's going to be QQQ or the SPY, right? Maybe that's going to be Apple or Microsoft, right? But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But number one priority here today is to not get too suckered in just because things are moving, right? If things are, let's make sure that if we are chasing after plays, we do go after something, right? It's only our highest quality A+ setups, right? So SPY bearish under this 420.60 area, then it moves like $1.30 at a time, right? 419.30 and then $1.15. Right, and then you can really start to move down towards that 415 area. Need to be a little bit cautious here, though. Like I said, that first target or that first level here specifically, right, towards this first 419, right, we might struggle to get that correct risk reward, right? So if we have to wait it out, if we have to be a little bit patient here, that's fine. That next level break towards that 415 area is pretty big, and it should come very quickly here for us. So maybe a little bit not possible for us on this first breakdown here on the SPY, but if we're able to get that nice little pump after or that follow through after, there's a lot of space down. QQQ is kind of the opposite, where this first level, right, or this first initial breakdown maybe is where we have that best chance, right? Our big concern here with QQQ is that our resistance is way out here, early May 2021, right? So almost like a year ago here, right? 10 months ago, 11 months ago. And so really, really need to be cautious that we're not missing or we're not getting ourselves trapped on something that's getting stuck. Now, I think I've done pretty well mapping out these levels, right? And I think we've got room down towards that 326.50 and then that 325. But it's kind of the opposite of the SPY, right? Where the SPY has that initial $1 move, right? And then it has that, $2, $3, $4 move, right? QQQ giving us that initial $4 move, right? $3 move, right, towards this, and then it starts to slow down and give us those tighter moves. So maybe you have that initial risk reward profile here on Q, and then we'll transition to SPY later on, right? Apple's a little bit of a challenging one here, because we're kind of keep getting that 2 out of 3, right? Now, there's Apple full body day, right? We've done nothing to sort of invalidate that strength there from February 24th, although we've seen a lot of sort of weakness step in between. We've recovered the trend line here, right, but not exactly recovered that relative strength, at least compared to the indexes, right? SPY and Q. Apple's giving us at least that above average volume, right? That outlier volume, that little sign of strength here this morning, which could create that bullish bounce scenario. Big problem here though, right, is all we have really is just evidence, or at least recently of evidence of there just being rejection. So I'm not super optimistic here that Apple's going to be the easiest of trades, or that it's necessarily going to be the smoothest of movers here today, especially if it breaks up to the upside, right? But definitely maybe, if the market is really strong and we get those really strong outlier moves, right, Apple's going to be one to watch, and then probably going to be one to watch is like a Bollinger Band play if this thing can break out, right? Assuming we can kind of get that trend line bounce continuation. And then to the downside here, right, we're kind of in a no man's land as well, right, because we have kind of a ways to travel, right? So we're looking for a breakdown under this 156.90, right, or under this 159. It's kind of in between, and I don't know if I want to play hero ball to invalidate this strength when I haven't seen it yet. So, until it maybe breaks down under that 156.90, hard to be super bullish here that it's going to be a very easy trade for us. Right, Tesla may be the easiest one for us to expect bullish breakouts here, or if markets flip their hips, right, and decide to go green here today, that we're going to have maybe the easiest opportunity. Now, not a level breakout, right, because we have a little bit of resistance here, but at least compared to, say, right, even Apple, even compared to QQQ, right, Tesla maintained that bullish support, right? So as SPY was giving us that increasing volume sell-off, right, as QQQ was giving us that increasing volume sell-off, Tesla was holding up, right, was went engulfing on volume, showed us a little bit of strength, right? And then yesterday, right, full body candle, okay, crappy volume profile, but we got that same crappy volume profile yesterday. So compared to QQQ, right, compared to SPY, compared to Apple, right, Tesla's daily candle looks just a little bit stronger than them all. So a little bit stronger than all of yesterday's price action. Pair that with a little bit stronger, right, compared to all those other sell-offs that we got on sort of Tuesday, right, March 8th, gives us a little bit more confidence that there's a little bit more bullish momentum here in this Tesla. Now, we're saying a little bit, right? We're saying just a tad. We're not overcommitting to these moves, right? Because again, same thing like we talked about this Apple, right? If we overextend here, we just have a lot of evidence of there being rejections above us, right? So going into that or knowing that context, right, we still want to be very cautious to chase this to the upside, right? Because only above us, right, or we only see evidence of there being rejections. So we need to see a very impressive volume standard. We need to see a very strong market to have the assumption that we can sort of invalidate some of those, I guess, historical price references that we're looking at, right? So realistically, I think it's probably going to be a Bollinger Band play here, 30-min BB play, right? So we can get that breakout if we can, right? Get that really good increasing daily volume. Then we're going to have a chance to run this thing up, but we want to make sure that Tesla is also giving us that look that corresponds or syncs up, right, with what the indexes are telling us. Microsoft's going to be a little bit more challenging to trade here today, right? Kind of looking like a descending wedge pattern here a little bit, right? But kind of no man's land. High volume indecision there on Tuesday kind of means neither side has given up. It's my least favorite candle, right? High volume indecision just kind of tells me we're going to get chopped, right? Where there's still a fight, where both parties are still interested. And so that for me puts us in a little bit of a trickier spot to want to trade this and probably want to be a little bit more cautious. That being said, right, if we break down under that 280, kind of similar to that SPY QQQ dilemma, right, where that initial move might be a little bit cautious and then that breakdown past could start to get a little bit violent, right? So we're going to see how this behaves, but Microsoft's probably not going to be near the top of what I'm looking at or what I'm focused at here today. Like always, we're always going to have a few sort of volume outliers, sort of outlier names that want to give us sort of setups. Let's see where they step in. Let's see where that relative strength steps in, and then we can look to sort of get after it. I think we need to remain relatively cautious, need to remain relatively patient, and not do anything to really force any action here today. It's been a choppy week, right? It's been a frustrating week. So let's assume that it's going to want to be kind of nasty until proven otherwise, right? The way we're going to combat some of this signal noise or combat some of these head fakes is to kind of assume or to look at confirmation on slightly longer time frames. Now, if we get really impressive volume standards, we get really big action here off this opening bell, we can maybe look to compromise that here. But we'd love to finish green here today, right? We'd love to have a really strong day. So let's make sure that we're making decisions that put us in the best place to end up with that outcome, right? We don't need to overtrade. We don't need to force plays. We need to just be focused and disciplined traders to just take advantage of whatever action does come our way. If things go to the downside, right, if we get that follow through, we have enough kindling here in this market that we can expect things to get nasty, right? VIX hanging out 33.4, 10-year treasury climbing, right? 1.98. And so it's a lot of pressure on tech, right? That's a lot of pressure on our names. And I don't think something like this Amazon 20-to-1 split is going to be enough to really push markets, right? Like I said, if we get that strength, if we get that volume somewhere, we'll look to take advantage of it. If we have to look to play like an Exxon or we have to look to play a Walmart, right? We'll be flexible. We'll be ready to take advantage of those moves. But we need to make sure that we're waiting for that perfect volume standard here this morning. We're waiting for that right volume profile. And then everything else will take care of itself. So let's have ourselves a strong day. Let's have ourselves a really disciplined performance, right? And then everything else will come together. Our number one thing that we can control as traders, guys, is our position sizing, right? How we react to plays, how we react to the markets. So don't take dumb shots, right? Don't try to make everything back in one go. That's not how it works, right? That's not a sustainable path forward. So let's make sure we're being disciplined. Hey, good morning, Takeshi. How you doing, man? So let's have ourselves a strong day, guys, right? This is a free stream here all day long. So if you have any questions, right, pop them in the chat. If you have a question, it's very likely that someone else has the exact same one. The more questions you ask, right, the more I'll have to talk about. If there's anything that you're looking at, right, any charts, any setups, any names, let's pop them in the chat, right? Let's talk about it. I'll go through it exactly how I would trade. In general, right, when I'm entering plays, I'll give you guys a heads up of what strike price I'm playing, what my stop loss is going to be, what my entry target is, and approximately my position sizing. But I ask that you always, right, do your own due diligence, make your own decisions before any plays, and you're ultimately responsible for your own decisions in here. I'm never going to tell you what to do. I just tell you what I do. And so please take that with a grain of salt and make decisions for yourselves. Remember, the number one thing that you control as traders is your risk management. And if your risk management is good and you target 2-to-1 risk reward or better, right, or you figure out what your edge is, right? If your edge is you win 20% of the time, awesome, right? You know that means all you have to do is target risk reward, right? That pays you out 5 times, right? Or pays you out, right, more than 20% of the time, right? So that's all you have to do, right? You figure out your edge, back test it, and then target risk reward setups that make your edge justifiable, right? It doesn't have to be a 50% win rate. It doesn't have to be a 100% win rate, right? That's not realistic. If you can get a 60% win rate, awesome, right? Target 3-to-1 risk reward or better. The numbers game works for you as long as you keep that risk consistent. So that's what trading is, right? That's all I try to do. That's what my secret sauce is. That's what my advantage is in the market, right? Is I target risk reward setups that give me a reasonable expectation that I'm going to make money from my trades. And if you start to think that way and you start to size your positions that way and you start to think selfishly for yourself in that context, yes, you're going to have times where you don't make money and there's times where things are going to pull back. But in the long run, over a 3-month time frame, over a 2-month time frame, you're going to be a profitable trader. But you got to think in that selfish way for yourself. So here's market open. Hey, good morning, Nitesh. So here's market open, right? Let's see how this day shapes up. We've got alerts set up all over the place. So let's see where they come in. If those alerts trigger, right, if that relative strength steps into the downside, we're going to have a really good opportunity to take advantage of some of this relative weakness. But if we get that kind of bullish bounces here today, we get a lot of bullish recoveries, we're going to struggle to get some follow through here today, as I'm not going to be wanting to fight this trend. So let's see how today shapes up. Let's see where that strength steps in. We're certainly not going to chase after any of this action off this opening 30 seconds. And let's see how this day shapes up. So no rush here, guys, right? I want to be really cautious, really want to be patient, right? Really don't want to give away or make dumb decisions. So let's be really, really disciplined here today. A little bit of a getting a very slow trading view, right? And we're a couple bucks away from sort of all of our breakout areas for now. So off this short term, right, I'm just watching. I don't particularly have anything to trade. And like I said, if we get those bullish setups, right, maybe it'll be that Tesla. But our bias has to be to the downside here today. And if we don't get that bearish follow through, realistically going to be a day where we have to sort of sit on hands. So I'd say probably realistically, right, my number one priority off this opening bell is probably going to be QQQ, right? I think this is giving us that best look, that best first initial target as well, right? Tesla, not great. Microsoft, not super interested in. NVIDIA, right, that high volume indecision, right, tends to not be super convincing. AMD, right, high volume indecision, right, tends to not be super convincing. Amazon could be an interesting play here to the downside. Huge volume. I imagine the IV on this Amazon is going to be extreme. So maybe not the best looker. I think for now, right, watching this QQQ is probably the best move, or what is setting up as possibly being the most likely here. Now, off this opening 5 minute, I'm not sure if we're going to get that right volume standard. But let's wait and see if we can get that 328.60 break here. Nothing to chase in the meantime. Kind of disappointing opens here, right, for our thesis. Right, little bounces, not exactly high conviction volume, but not what you want to see, right? Not engulfing on volumes. Even if it did finish full body, it wouldn't be one we could chase after. So we're going to wait for some of these longer time frames, right? 15-minute candles. Maybe that's going to be where we get our confirmation looks. Right, but still nothing really triggered here yet. So remaining cautious, right? Sitting on hands in the short term. Something like that Amazon. It's interesting. Not a great enough candle for us. It's a big gap to fill, but I don't know if this gap is reasonable to expect it to fill, you know, $60. I don't know if that doesn't feel super realistic. So continuing to wait here and being very, very patient until things look absolutely perfect. Okay, so QQQ, right? Maybe going back towards sort of that bearish tilt here, right? That's not a bad sign. Apple, right? Okay, but no real follow through on that initial candle, right? No setup trigger for us either, right? It's not why we're not chasing it, right? Our setup trigger under that 156.90. In between, right? Okay, we lost that trend line, but no confirmation setup trigger. So not chasing this full body candle here down. QQQ, right? Still about $1 away. So we're still going to wait on some of these 15-min candles. And then hopefully get a little bit of follow through. But for now, nothing to particularly trade here at the moment. A little bit of indecision. Let's see if we can get that flush on some of these longer time frames. So let's watch, right? QQQ is going to be our best chance here at something. Excuse me. Best chance at something, but we're still waiting for these 15-min candles, right? So we're, 5 minutes away here before this is particularly tradable. And then we need to see that volume standard step in as well, right? We need to see that engulfing on volume. I don't know if we're going to get there with 5 minutes to go. Apple starting to break down here a little bit, right? Showing us good volume to the downside. Apple, has a better chance of going that engulfing on volume, right? SPY, don't think this is going to go engulfing. If we went engulfing, right? Bearish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing on volume, right? Maybe there's a setup down towards that 420 area. It's going to be worth keeping an eye on, but I don't think that volume standard is going to step in here into this close. So I'd say, yeah, good candle, not good volume. So not good enough story here for me to be super convinced. Interesting inside bar here on Tesla. So continuing to wait on these 15-min candles. I think that's really the best move here. try to see if we can do some of that signal noise and then find where that relative strength lies. So a little bit of an annoying bounce there, right? Well, we don't chase it, right? Well, we're not chasing here yet. NVIDIA has a Bollinger Band breakdown here. Could have a chance to sort of fill into this gap, right? Sorry, this wiki action. Similar setup in AMD. If it could break down, hold these lows. Could be something here. So Apple continues to show really good relative strength here to the downside, but indexes aren't cooperating, right? That's the biggest concern here. And then what we have to be cautious of here on Apple, right? Reason we're not playing this setup, right, or this trigger, is look at all these levels here, right? So we have got so much indecision in between, say, this 158.30 and 157.90, right? We've got 40 cents there. It's not really worth chasing after that. It's just not a big enough move to be justifiable. That's really the big concern. So even if this gives us that A+ setup, I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get that right risk-reward profile to make this thing work. And that scares me just a little bit, just enough, right? On the flip side, maybe something like this AMD and NVIDIA, right? Could be the looks. If they can give us those full body closes here with 20 seconds to go. Again, I don't know if I want to fight the indexes here too much. I would like to see QQQ fill out here a little bit to the downside. So AMD is a tough one, right? Engulfing on volume on that last 5-minute candle. Little bit, makes me a little bit cautious. Man, why is my trading view so slow? The big concern here on NVIDIA is this risk-reward profile. Probably not good enough all of a sudden. Right, your realistic first target should be that 220. So let's just say top of this inside bar, right? You're looking at $2 for 270. It's just not good enough. So for now, still sitting on hands, right? There's nothing to trade here yet. We need those tighter risk reward ratios, right? We're getting failures on our execution requirements here. That's hard to compromise on. So $1.63 for 250, right? That's what we're risking here. It's not that 2-to-1 risk reward or better. So hard to get after it there on that NVIDIA. If you can give us that break and hold here, right, on increasing outlier volume, something along those lines, then we could get that right risk reward profile towards that 220, but we're just not there yet, and I'm not going to play hero ball trying to chase it. Right, so not that outlier volume, so hard for me to want to chase that down there on NVIDIA, right? Not A+. AMD, right? Same story, not A+. right, guys? When things are A plus, right, doesn't mean they won't go, doesn't mean they can't break down, just means that they're not our strongest setup. And when we're dealing with a really choppy, challenging market, cannot be compromising on the quality of our setups, because the problem with trading, right, or the really challenging thing about trading is we never think we're going to be wrong, right? We just never think. We never look at a setup and think this is going to be the one that fails. So let's be just forcing ourselves, right, to only go after setups that are going to be right, because or not necessarily right, because they still could fail, but going after setups or going after confirmations, right, that give us the highest probability of being correct. When we chase after something that, you know, has this sort of decreasing daily volume, right, what we get told here, what we get told with this signal, is that there isn't any strength here behind this move. There's no enthusiasm behind that thesis. So if we want to see a breakdown happen, if we really want to see that momentum getting built, right, then we need to effectively see that volume getting turned up as well, right? You wouldn't want to go to a party, or you wouldn't want to show up to a party as you're getting there, right? They're turning down the volume. And it's exactly the same thing here with trading. We don't want to chase after breakdowns if on the way there, or on our sort of setup, you know, our confirmation, right, or when our thesis gets sort of validated, right, we're not seeing that enthusiasm step in to defend, right? We're more likely to be correct when we have a lot of other people looking at that same idea as us. And when we don't get that enthusiasm, we don't get that full body, full volume confirmation, then it's hard for us to look at that and say, yeah, we're going to get that easy follow through, right? We're going to get that easy kind of breakdown. And that sucks, right? Sucks when you're looking at things and they're moving without you, but it's all part of that discipline that we require to become good traders, right? Every time we compromise that discipline, we make it easier to compromise that discipline again in the future. And then that's how you slowly erode, right, those good habits, and you go from being a winning trader to being a losing trader, right? So on the flip side, right, if you're a losing trader and you want to go and be a winning trader, right, you need to work on your discipline first, right? You need to lock in those little wins, and then your financial rewards will start coming in after, right? So we need to be very cautious, right? Continue to remain very patient and not force plays that are not there. That's sort of the theme here at the moment. We're not getting particularly easy follow through. Maybe we're going to get a signal here on the 30-minute time frame, right? We have a chance there, but we're just not getting those A plus candle volume combos. So until we get that right, until we get everything to sync up, to give us that right risk reward profile, to give us that right candlestick profile, to give us everything that we're looking for, I'm unwilling to compromise my desire to chase after this action. Remember, as traders, we get paid for our decisions, we don't get paid for our time, right? This market doesn't care that we've been watching for 23 minutes. All it cares about is how many good decisions are we going to make. So let's control what we can control and make sure that if we do take a trade here today, something does set up, right, we're only going after our highest quality of setups. Right, so it's exactly why we don't trust, right? We want that volume and candlestick to tell us that same story, right? This NVIDIA is exactly a perfect example here, right? Okay, maybe we would have gotten a little bit of follow through here, right? Maybe like 50 cents, but then reverses quickly and would have stopped us out and cost us money, right? There's almost zero chance we would have made money on this play. And simple story, right? you get that breakdown, but you don't get that increasing volume, it's hard to look at this as that sign of strength, right? And if you don't get that sign of strength, you know, hard to think that you're going to get that easy follow through. You just set yourself up for an easy reversal, and that's exactly what appears to be happening here on this NVIDIA. That's super frustrating, right? Super frustrating. Because it removes our ability to get setups in this market, right? Like, look at what QQQ is doing here now. Look at what SPY is doing here now. We're not getting clean looks. I mean, Tesla's giving us a look to the downside. We talked about this maybe being like that BB play, you know, under that 830, right? But again, not showing us the enthusiasm or the strength that you want to see. Right, we have a few outlier names that are maybe showing us some strength, but they're starting to behave opposite or different, right? To like indexes are starting to behave opposite to AMD, right? So if that's the case, I don't want to be the first one chasing after this. It's no expectation of this being an easy play. It's a huge reversal from NVIDIA now. Huge. Oh my God. So SPY, right? Not engulfing volume. Can't chase after it. This QQQ. Oh man, like I'm so I don't know what the right word is that's appropriate. I'm so skeptical to want to trade this up, fight this trend, right? Like we talked about this pre-market. There's nothing here that invalidates the strength to the downside that we've seen recently, right? So even though we're getting a good 30-minute candle inside this range, you know, okay, good 30-minute bar, but it's not bigger than any of the bearish strength we saw within this sort of context. Right? That's what maybe gives me the pause again. And there's stuff like in like Tesla. Like Tesla looks really weak. It's a very frustrating 30 min. So Tesla, right? 5-min bar there, super high volume inside bar. Inside bar is the same thing as dojis, right? Where we look at things same way as dojis, where it's high volume indecision, right? Where neither side can make a higher high or higher low, right? That's just indecision. When we see that with high volume, right? Never the right combo, right? That we're looking for to have that confidence that we're going to get that follow through to the downside. So yeah, just nothing here to trade at the moment, everyone. Right, that's unfortunately our little reality here. Right, AMD could possibly be the setup, but needs to go bearish engulfing on this candle, right? Again, right, we get that huge full body candle, full body volume, right? Candle that kind of looks like this most bullish to normal body bullish, right? Plus that, second highest volume bar of the day. There's no conviction that you're going to get that easy follow through after that, right? Those people who are chasing these shorts on this 106 break, they're not giving themselves an easy chance. They're giving themselves a very, very stressful trade. And that's not worth it, right? It's not worth it. It's not worth the stress. So we need more evidence before things are particularly tradable. We don't have that here yet, right? Maybe indexes are going to start cooperating here a little bit, right? Maybe this is a day where we go to the 1 hour time frames, right? If we get our confirmations there, we can get a look. But we're not getting, we're getting a lot of chop on these 5, 15 min candles that it's hard to want to trust those signals. Hope you guys understand, right? I want to make money as much as you guys do, right? I want to trade as much as you guys do, but right, like spent the day reflecting yesterday, all those sort of things. I need to make sure that I'm being as disciplined as possible and not chasing after trades just because people are watching. And so I'm going to be very transparent about that and keep working on getting better at avoiding that pressure. But at the moment, right, guys, this is a market that's not giving us, at least for my trading style, right, not giving me something that's particularly interesting. All I promise you guys, right, is not trades every single day. I can't promise that. What I can is I'll do everything I can to show you guys exactly what I'm doing, why I'm doing, and how I'm doing it, and then to help you guys adapt that to suit your personalities. So sometimes there's going to be days where we get nothing, right, and that sucks, and especially when it's been a really frustrating week. But we have to accept that that's the reality sometimes of this market, accept that there's a lot of headline risk and a lot of nervous participants going into Wednesday's FOMC. And that's it, right? We can't force things that aren't there. That's how we lose money. That's how we throw shit away. So let's be disciplined, right? Cash is position 2. Sometimes the best trade is the one we don't take, like that NVIDIA example here today, right? This thing would have for sure crushed us and put us on tilt. So for now, let's continue to remain patient, right? Not that outlier volume. Don't have that expectation that's going to give us that easy follow through. So we make the time frames longer, right? We smooth out that signal noise by going longer signals. And let's see if we can get something there, right? That's really our hope here. We've had setups fail on the 30 min, right? Or not give us that confirmation there on the 30 min. So we have to wait here now for the hourly. If we can get the hourly breakdown, okay, we're going to use those Bollinger Bands, right? We've got space on a lot of these names, but we'd like to make sure that, if we are chasing after stuff, we're only chasing after, right, the highest quality of names, the highest quality of highest conviction setups, and then we'll get some action, right? So we're 20 minutes away. I think that's really our best bet, maybe getting a look. And I'm certainly not going to force things and certainly not going to overtrade while we wait for things to set up. So very patient here. Not doing anything else besides sitting on hands. If there's anything you guys are looking at, pop it in the chat. Let's go over it. Otherwise, let's see how this day shapes up. So yeah, guys, just sitting on hands here for now, right? I apologize, right? There's nothing to trade. I'm not going to force action. You haven't even had any alerts trigger here yet, right, in the Discord. So, we need to remain with reasonable expectations here, right? Let's not get too greedy. Let's not try to force things that aren't there. If that strength steps in, we'll have a look here. But I'm not, like I said, guys, my objective is not to be first. It's to be correct. So let's get that strength to step in. Let's get everything to behave the way we want. And then we're going to have an opportunity. But short term, there's nothing here for me. I don't see the value in trading here at the moment. Like I said, 20 minutes away, right, from a possible setup, but not there yet. So we're getting a little bit of a pullback here again, right, on some of these hourly candles. Hard to chase this action, right? Still very hard to chase this action. Even something like this QQQ, right? Good hourly volume, but look at the history of these hammers, right, on the hourly. We don't get that much immediate nice follow through, right? It's not a particularly great opening candle. So for now, right, remaining very cautious until proven otherwise. So really just looking at AMD and Apple maybe, right? QQQ is not going to fill out here to the downside, right? AMD maybe our best look. Okay, so AMD, right? Maybe looking a little bit more likely here all of a sudden. But not particularly convincing on the index level here, right? So still a little bit, I don't want to say nervy, but I wouldn't say high conviction yet. So it definitely looks interesting, right? There is some interest here. Better from Q, much better from Q. So I am curious here. Just not sure if it's ready. My real biggest concern is that indexes are stuck. They're dojiing. They're indecisive. So if they're not giving us a trend direction, hard for me to believe that its individual components of the index are going to give us one. That's what I'm getting stuck on here. That's it. I don't know if I can shake that at the moment yet. If I no alerts trigger on any of our names. All right, I've been waiting for these lows. We've gotten close, but just can't seem to get there. And then Nvidia or AMD, right? Market's not trending and we're kind of looking to sell into a high volume day. I feel like I can talk myself out of this very easily. It's not bigger volume than yesterday's 30-minute or hour open. Just keep finding holes in it. So I think realistically, right, we're stuck waiting for this consolidation to end. Like, look at QQQ here on the day. Right, this is disgusting. 5-minute action. So what we wait, right, is if AMD is going to break down, and it could here. Nothing that's invalidated the strength, right? So tough to want to be super aggressive. But let's wait for some of these alerts to trigger here to the downside. So if this QQQ wants to break down here, awesome, right? This could be that place where we start to finally get some alerts to trigger, where we start to maybe finally start to get that trend coming together. And then if we get that outlier, right, there's that alert, right? If we get this outlier volume to now step in on these closes, right, give me something that's like second highest volume bar of the day. Then we start to maybe get a little bit more conviction that we could start to get some follow through, right? We might start to get that trend happening. Otherwise, right, it just looks like we're still within this consolidation period. So I need to see some conviction that we're breaking out of consolidation before I want to chase after this. I don't really feel like I'm there yet. So I'm certainly not going to get it on this 5-minute candle. right? There's nothing there that screams strength here on the 5, right? No engulfing volume bars, no nothing there that's high conviction, right? You'd want to see something that's at least bigger than this 940. Not quite there. So I'll wait for this on the 15, right? If this gives you that increasing volume on the 15, there's that trend, right? Even something like this AMD, right? Making lower lows as we're trying to break down here. And then we talk about we want to see that momentum step in, right? This doesn't really feel like this is that momentum stepping in. Sure, we made lower lows on that hourly time frame, but this doesn't feel strong, right? So if there's that lack of strength, I need to remain very, very cautious here. So yeah, apologies everyone, right? I still don't think there's a setup that's giving us a look that wants to give us that follow through. So just not getting any high conviction consistency, maybe is the right way of describing it. So let's see if we can get these triggers, right? We had that QQQ give us that alert. So if it can give us that outlier increasing volume here, right? We're about halfway done on this candle. Certainly looks like it might have the legs, but we need to see that strength here. Otherwise, we're just going to get head faked or just deal with these kind of pullbacks, right? These really frustrating pullbacks. And I want to avoid, I really want to avoid that because that's not tradable. So still waiting for these 15 min, right? We need that close. I mean, volume pace probably looks like it's going to get there. But look at this, right? Little inside bar, now going to make higher highs likely. So I'll be a little bit cautious here still, right? It doesn't feel like we're in the clear. AMD, right, engulfing on volume on a doji candle. This doesn't scream strength to the downside yet. So again, right, still think we need a bit more information before these are particularly tradable. QQQ though, right, definitely giving us a look. We just need to see this close with some strength and some volume. Then we're going to have a chance. So, all right, for now, looking like another little bit of a pullback. AMD, we're not going to get there on the volume profile, right? I don't think it's going to be strong enough for us. QQQ, right? Bouncing. So frustrating. Yeah, SPY bouncing off those lows. No trades here, everyone, right? Apologies. Okay, let's watch, right? We only have 20 seconds to go, but only like 15 cents too, right? So, see how this thing closes. It's good volume. It's okay. It's normal body bearish. So it looks interesting. I'm just going to take a look at some puts here. Not sure if I'm ready yet, but looks better. So I'm looking at 326 puts here, under 328.40. About $2 to go here, right to that next expected level, like $1.90. You can afford to be a little bit patient here. But if everything's pulling back all of a sudden, that could screw things over. So realistically, right, this 330 or 329.37, right? If we make higher highs past that, the risk reward doesn't really get there anymore. So that could be the there we go. That could be the challenge. So risk reward failure there, right? Not going to be chasing after this. Good times. So yeah, guys, not really too much going on here, unfortunately. Have you guys been looking at anything? Any setups here caught your eye? Any trades? Anyone taking any trades here today? Not sure if I've seen maybe there's like there's some maybe action on that Amazon, but that's kind of faded back here a little bit. Oh, what were you trading, Nitesh? Hopefully you're okay, Baron. It's been a very yeah, it's been a really trappy environment today. Hopefully, Baron, when you saw that, or hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correct for one, but yeah, when you like operational mistakes happen, right? But hopefully that one didn't cost you any money. Just getting so many we're getting so many mixed signals. What was your QQQ setup, Nitesh? What'd you look at? Anyone here that's checking out DTR for the first time? Or, yeah, checking out the stream for the first time, aren't a DTR member? Any sort of guests in here today? So if this volume gets impressive here on Q, right, maybe we're going to have a look. Oh, didn't mean to do that. So let's see how QQQ closes here over the next couple minutes, or over the next 30 seconds, sorry. Kind of a bit of a bear flag here, right? But would like to see more volume, at least like this 1030 standard. So, it's a great comment there, Nitesh. Big thing for me right after when I worked at the fund, right? Big thing would be is if you went on holiday, right? If you took any significant period of time off, right? You come back and you trade on sim, and you don't go back to trading live until you stacked up 5 consecutive green days in a row. That was always the rule there. And it's just exactly that same thing, right? You come back, you still kind of have those vacation goggles on, you still have that kind of relaxed demeanor, and maybe you paid for your vacation with like your trading profits, right? So, you know, it's hard for you to look at it and be like, oh, like, you know, what I was doing before is working so well, so why should I change? But it's like our brains just try to trick us into doing the thing that is the easiest. And in trading, doing what's the easiest is generally what's worst for our trading accounts. So it's your brain's way of tricking you. So the way that I was taught to combat this was come back, you trade on sim, right? Even if it's for a day, even if that's how you got to work yourself into it, right? If you can't be disciplined when it doesn't matter, you're never going to be disciplined when it does. So it'll help just re-trigger some of those good habits, hopefully. Remember, guys, right? As traders, we don't get paid for our time, right? We get paid for our decisions. And we don't need to be very greedy, right? We don't need to be very, greedy is the right word, right? We don't need to be going after too many setups, too many trades. Our objective is 1% a day, right? If you can scale your account by 1% a day, you'll double your account every 70 days, right? And 1% a day is one 10% win. So one 10% win a day is very realistic, very reasonable, right? A very like gentle target for us to approach, right? It's not this huge number, right? It's not super intimidating. It's not super overwhelming. So that's the framework or the bias that we're looking, right? Or try to approach this market through, is that we only need that one trade, right? We don't need to be aggressive. We don't need to be greedy. We don't need to overtrade. And if we're able to put ourselves into those situations where we can compound those gains, right, you're going to do really, really well. You're going to turn a 10K account into a 50K account in year one, right? And then you're going to turn a 50K account into a 100K account, 150K account in year two, right? You're going to crush it. And so it's not about getting there immediately, right? It's not going to happen for you overnight. It's not going to happen, 1 month from now. You're not all of a sudden going to be like this multi-millionaire dollar day trader that flies private everywhere, right? That's like a bullshit marketing lifestyle that's sold to you to make you forget how much work you have to put in to achieve your objectives, right? So it's okay, right, that it's going to take you some time to scale to the size you want, right? That's normal. That's part of the process. That's how this game works. If you could take, if everyone could take $100 or $1,000, right, to $100,000 in a month, we could possibly get there, but we're not there yet, right? The market's not there. We need this 15-minute volume, Ben, right, to give us that increasing volume profile. Got a minute to go, could get there. Not sure if it will. Right, same thing on this 30-minute candle, right? Not sure if it will. So people need to have realistic expectations, right, about what trading can provide for you. And it's not that it can't provide all those incredible luxuries in your life, because it absolutely can, but that doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen, right? It doesn't happen snap of your fingers, right? Or the second you join a room, you achieve those things. There's a process, right? There's a way you got to build, right? We're all going to have our ups. We're all going to have our downs, right? Like I've struggled a little bit this week, right? Monday, Tuesday been brutal. And so that's all part of the game, right? But if you don't learn those skills, you don't learn those good habits, you're never going to get to a position where you can trade a big account. So that's really the objective here. So a couple things that are a little bit concerning on this QQQ. Saw really big spreads there for a sec, right as that candle closed. About 10-cent spreads, a little bit scary. Spreads are about 5 cents every time it pulls back, which does give me a little bit of pause. And then next thing, right, not engulfing on volume here. So not getting that confirmation again. 30-minute candle, right, not engulfing. So again, not getting that confirmation. Doesn't mean it can't break down. Doesn't mean it won't go. Just means I don't have a look at it. AMD maybe a little bit better of a setup, right? Looks a little bit cleaner, but we're still talking about that same problem where we're trying to buy into this strength, right? Or sell into the strength relative. And that just is a little bit scary. Makes me think that we're not going to get that easy follow through here to the downside. Right. We've had one alert trigger here today, right? That's that QQQ. And we've gotten no real high conviction confirmation here since. So I still need to remain on hand until proven otherwise. just no follow through on any of these moves, right? Like, it's a slow grind down, not particularly a day trader's market here, right? We can't do anything with this action. Right? Like, where's the building momentum here, guys, right? That's the question we have to ask ourselves, right? This is a 66 cents of stress, of time decay, right? Where premiums aren't going to be moving nicely. So, yeah, just remaining very, very cautious here. Nothing to trade. That's it. Nothing to trade. So feel like anything's particularly setting up for us, right? Things are moving, but we're just not getting those A plus confirmations, right? Still only the one alert has triggered here so far today, and that's been this QQQ, not giving us any high conviction looks here at this time. Apple is getting closer, right? Maybe this will be something for that power hour time frame. Tesla getting closer again, though not perfect. So yeah, guys, just sitting on hands, right? This market's not giving us an opportunity to trade. I'm not going to force action if it isn't there, right? That's how we lose money. So I need to remain patient. I need to remain disciplined and not overtrade here today. 0 for 0, right? No action here so far in this sort of opening hour and 45 minutes. Disappointing, right? Would have been nice to get a little bit more action, but nothing's there, so I'm not going to force it. Yeah, that's really it for now. Still going to stick around and watch here for a little bit before taking off for lunch. Maybe we can get something on this next 1 hour close, right? If we can get, possibly a look somewhere, but again, those don't feel super realistic at this time. So remaining really cautious, really patient. Don't feel like there's much setting up here for us that's particularly tradable. Okay, so interesting as Apple's going to creep up towards that 156.90 here, right? Not bad volume as we approach it. Would like to see maybe a little bit more, right? But definitely the largest since this consolidation started. So that's at least something. Would like to see this thing break down just a little bit more though, right? Before this is high conviction. Otherwise, again, right, just filter down and wait for the longer time frame. Within context, right, we're sort of well below average. So it's hard to put too much stock into these shorter volume bursts, right? Or these kind of smaller time frame volume outliers. Because the backdrop of which they're doing it under, right, is just not that impressive. So yeah, need to wait for this a little bit more here still. Right, it's not a bad candle though. I mean, personally, I'd rather wait just a little bit. Right, because we've seen a really choppy, grindy, slow, right, moving action here. It's been the case for all these breakdowns. Right, everywhere. We don't see any big candles here, right? We don't have any evidence that this thing is going to move nicely. So I'd rather just slow down, right? Go longer time frame and then hopefully get follow through. But the expectation is right at this like 11:30, 11:20 Eastern time frame, right? You don't have the expectation of this being when buyers want to step in and start a thesis, right? Or when sellers want to step in and really crush things. It's generally not, it's not the expected time of day to get that volume. So I still need to remain a little bit cautious. There's just no big movements anywhere. It's tough. So I'll wait for this 15. Excuse me. Wait for this 15-minute candle. And then we can maybe see how this thing shapes up. It's not bad volume pace. But I'm so skeptical of this price action that it's going to move nicely, that we're going to get that follow through, that I need to reduce as much signal noise as I can to have a bit of confidence here. So Apple definitely starting to look interesting, right? Absolutely starting to look interesting. Very good volume pace. Only 4 minutes to go on this candle. Let's see if this thing can close with some conviction. I think we've got about 90 cents down from this point, right? Towards that 155.80. So I need to make sure that that risk reward still remains relatively reasonable for any setup here, right? Easier to see this level, right? We kind of have towards this 155.80, right? Which is this previous low a day here, right? That's kind of what we're targeting, right? Tuesday's low, March 8th low. So if we can get this thing to give us that look, right, we have a decent chance. But again, right, we're very cautious, very skeptical until we get that A+ look here. Not getting that yet. If we don't get it here, probably going to take off for lunch. But let's see if it can happen, right? It's just starting to get a little bit annoying. Constantly watching these names with zero follow-through, right? Zero enthusiasm. If they want to grind down on low vol, that's so be it, right? It's maybe the way it has to go. Sometimes with VIX, right, when it's so expensive, call it, well, expensive is a relative term. When it's 32.85, right, when it's so far above 20, what it does is it makes those premiums very expensive, right? It means that the implied move that these options have to make, right, before they start paying out is a little bit bigger than before. So maybe that's what's leading to sort of this nervous action where you're not getting that same clean flow of option volume like you maybe normally would. And certainly one thing that we've learned in this sort of post-March 2020 environment is that this is interesting, right? Definitely a market that is dominated by options trading. So we'll be watching here, right? This will be worth keeping an eye on as well. See where this volume steps in as the outlier here over the next 2 minutes. Apple and SPY look interesting. I'd say Apple looks more interesting than the SPY. But we might not get the right risk reward profile on Apple. So SPY needs to get really impressive volume here in the last minute and a half. Otherwise, again, right, not really that sign of outlier strength. Right, at least Apple looks a little bit more convincing than the SPY. But, right, at 155.80 is our target. So we need to make sure that this risk reward is perfect. That's the only concern here with Apple, is that we might not get that right risk reward. Just for visual reference, right, this is our target, this red line. Or make it a yellow line here. About 80 cents, we'll call it, right? I don't know if that's enough. We'll be looking at puts here, right? But when you need to see this thing close with some strength. Realistically, probably looking at the 155 puts. But this is a weak close here from Apple. So risking 32 cents, right, to make 70. Um, I don't think the reward's big enough to justify. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting stuck at. I don't think it's big enough to justify. Generally, right, you want to target like 1% on plays. If you get 1%, right, then we have an expectation of there being some follow through, of there being some space. We're targeting 0.5% here on Apple. Let's look at this 5-min, right? This doesn't feel like super high conviction. So I think this is just head fake and maybe go. I'm not reluctantly not chasing after this again. All right, everyone. So I'm going to take off for lunch here. I don't see the point in chasing any after any of this action over this lunchtime period, right? Assume more of the same of this kind of low volume, right? Very grind down action, right? Don't assume anything different until proven otherwise. Our next expectation of volume stepping in and getting some clean moves, right, is for that sort of power hour time frame, right? So nothing here for now. Maybe we can get something after that sort of 2 o'clock hour. I'll be back for around that 1:30 time frame here, like always. If you guys have any questions, right, feel free to hit me up on Twitter or Discord. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. But hopefully we get a little bit more action here this afternoon and a slightly cleaner day. But very slow, nothing there here for us, unfortunately. And hopefully we can get something here that sets us up for some success here later on. But for now, it's not quite the our reality. So let's see what shapes up. But please don't overtrade over lunch. Don't force anything. Don't assume these market conditions are going to change until proven otherwise. And let's see how the rest of this day goes. So see you guys in a little bit. Should be back around that 1:30 time frame, and we'll get after it again then. So back from lunch here, everybody. Hope you all had a nice little break. Right, we're stuck in this very low volume consolidation here. So look at the SPY, right? Doji on the day, QQQ, right? I mean, kind of going to that doji mode. Apple a little bit more bearish, but still very, very much that thin volume. Similar story here on this Tesla, Microsoft. AMD looking a bit more like Apple, but again, right, disappointing daily volume. Zoom out, right, out of context. We're not really invalidating the strength here still. So we have a little bit of information that is just keeping things challenging for us, right? There's not been anything to trade here for me so far today. And I just, by the looks of things, right, I don't know if there's anything else that's going to set up here either. So for now, just sitting on hands, right? There really isn't too much to say. We don't really have anything that's, volume stepping in. We don't really have anything that looks super convincing. And so as long as that's the case, right, we're going to struggle here just a little bit to sort of get that somewhat even look of follow through. So what's been like a relatively quiet and frustrating day, I think continues to be so. Yeah. At the moment, that's sort of how it feels. Unfortunately, I don't think there's that much to do, and this market is waiting for a Fed decision on Wednesday. So still, right, very much stuck inside this consolidation here. Not getting any of that outlier increasing volume to sort of let us know that any momentum has returned back into some of these names. Netflix is a little bit interesting. Clear wedge here. But in reality, I don't think there's too much setting up here still, right? As long as the index, right, SPY looks like this low volume doji, we're not going to get any action. So still sitting on hands, right? Don't think there's too much to do. any real chance we can get at some like huge volume that can step in, right? Things will get interesting, but guys, we're not really getting that look, right? And so I'd rather not make the assumption that it's coming. Yeah, so for now, we don't really have too much, right? Yeah. I'm just trying to find words to fill this empty void, but the market's not giving us anything, so there's not even really too much to talk about, unfortunately. So apologies to that for everyone. Not the busiest of days here today. So it's actually interesting volume here on Apple, right? But not a super strong candle, right? So it kind of looks like this normal body bullish, but then a little bit more of a top heavy wick than we'd like to see, right? So there's that QQQ, right? There's the Apple, just a slightly too much. So again, right, a little bit challenging here. Maybe something like this Tesla would be more interesting. But again, I don't like that this thing immediately pops. No little pullback and then go. So I'm still sitting on hands here. I don't think there's anything, guys. Yeah, I think you're spot on here, Zach, right? We're just waiting for that news. I mean, I'm even watching a soccer match here. I think the other side of it, right, is it's almost impossible for us to start a trend until that FOMC is out of the way at this point, right? And so we kind of need that trending market for us to get that clean action, right? It's just nervous participants on thinning volume. And man, that's scary. So for now, I don't think there's too much. Just not there with the volume yet. Like, I still am so hesitant about it. Like, so many just failures after whatever candle. Just failure, 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 right? High volume breakout, next candle, right? This 1405 increase in volume. High volume breakout, right? Next candle goes nowhere, then breaks down. Like, I'm so skeptical here. Man, just such a frustrating way everything's been moving here, right? It's pretty good volume on this 5-minute candle on the old spider. Do you really, like, I don't know. It's kind of intimidating to want to chase this down still, I think.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I think realistically, guys, I'm not going to chase any further action here today. It's just not worth it, right? So 0 trades for me, unfortunately. Right, very boring day. No follow through here in the market, but sometimes the best days, right, or the best decisions, right, are the ones we don't take. And today didn't have to take any decisions. We had a couple alerts trigger, but never really felt confident with any of the confirmation signals that we got, and just never could get that follow through, right? Very limited action here today, and that's the way it goes. For those of you who are guests, right, thank you so much for joining me here today. Unfortunately, we could not get any action here, but maybe next time. If you want to trade with me full time, right, I'm doing what's called a Trader's Challenge. So I'm backing you that I can turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less. And you can start that challenge if you're interested at www.thedaytradinglivestream.com. So daytradinglivestream.com/traders-challenge. It'll be pretty clear there on the website. And that's a 90-day money-back guarantee. So that's going to be it for now, folks. Hopefully we can get some more action the rest of the week. But relatively quiet Thursday. I imagine it's going to be relatively quiet until FOMC. So nothing to force here until then. So have yourselves a great rest of the afternoon, and talk to you guys all tomorrow. Peace.